a significant break. He's also beaten Steve Maguire and Jack Jones during the week, and Zhang Anda's beaten Mark Williams, Barry Hawkins and Wu Yize. So one table, best of 11. And, well, Alan, it goes without saying, but a big day for these four.
Yeah, absolutely. And a good morning to everyone up bright and early watching this one with us. I'm looking forward to it. I think both players have had similar careers in many ways. So it'll be interesting to see if any of the two players take charge of this huge semi-final with so much at stake. Yes, the title, but there are some side issues that I'm sure David will keep you informed of as we go.
Yeah, the race to the Players' Championship, not quite done yet. Zhang can still get in. If he wins this match, he'll be in, but then we'll be waiting for later on, because Zhao Xingtong could go back in front of him. But of course, if Zhang's in the final, he has the chance to win the tournament and definitely get in. Gary Wilson's in the mix as well. Of course, he's out, but he's watching on. He could yet be squeezed out. So it's a little bit complex, but we'll, the mists will clear over the course of the next few hours, and obviously tomorrow as well. Zhou Yuelong is in. He's up to number 11, actually, on that list.
Yeah, good effort, but that red looks like it's just about travelled far enough. Albeit it's not easy for Zhang Anda to take it on. One of those that looks easy on screen, but not that much to aim at. These middle pockets. Lots of semi-finals and ranking events, you go into them and there's usually a feeling of whichever player's favourite. Yet I don't have that feeling at all today. I think this is one of those 50-50 games.
Yeah, I think they're very tense affairs, aren't they? Because there's a big prize to be here tomorrow. And this does feel like an even match, really. The career records. Obviously, Zhang has won a tournament, but there's not much between them, I don't think. Obviously, later on, we've got the world champion against someone very much in form in Gudong. And whoever wins that match, I guess, will be favourite in the final, but that can sort itself out. It's about getting there. And, of course, a big jump in prize money as well. So they can be very tense, these semis, and already in the early stages here, it feels that way. There was actually an exhibition here this morning between Marco Fu, the great from Hong Kong, and Stephen Hendry, the great full stop. And Marco actually made a maximum, but of course that's an exhibition where, you know, you're entertaining, but they're the only stakes. This is very different. This is the serious stuff.
they play similar styles of games, these two. And you could suggest that in some way they might cancel one another out and it becomes very scrappy, but certainly hope not. And I don't think so, because the tables have been conducive to heavy scoring all tournament. But we'll get quite a lot of cat and mouse like this, I think, in most of the early running and frames.
Zhou Yuelong actually turned professional back in 2014. You know, he's been around a while now. Just turned 28 a few weeks ago. So the one thing missing is a ranking title. Of course, he did win the World Cup when he was a teenager with the Ambing Tao, but he's lost in 4 ranking finals. And of course, Zhang, as we know, took a long time to sort of provide evidence that he could be a top player. It's only just a couple of seasons back that he did it. English Open runner-up, International Championship winner, and then Players' Championship runner-up, all in the same campaign.
Yeah, something's going to give eventually, obviously, and he's got some interest in this plant. So perhaps, if not this shot, then perhaps the next, because not easy to cover that red near the corner. Well, he has covered it, but he didn't know an awful lot about in behind the brown, but he'll take it.
Eight minutes, this frame, nothing on the board yet. I think this opening sort of exchange just underlines a few things. Firstly, the step up in the tournament. There's just one table now. There's far fewer people backstage, just 4 players left. But also I think the fact they both see this as an even match. There's no obvious favourite here. There's no sort of multi-world champion in this match. They both sense a big chance. And don't want to sort of seed the ground early, let either one of them get in and get their confidence going. Every match, the sort of flavour of the match, the dynamic of the match is different. And of course all 4 players are well known to each other as well in the semi-finals. There'll be friendships there as well that have to be set aside. Of course, if either Zhang or Zhou, or indeed Zhao Xingtong, win this tournament, then it's another different ranking event winner this season. Just grazed the red. Tatiana Wollaston, the referee, was right by it. So he can just see the potting angle, it would seem. Well, a ball will be potted at some point, but it's been 12 minutes already. Nothing down yet. Well, it's sort of a question of who's going to blink first here. 13 minutes now. This frame, nothing potted, no points scored even in fouls. But neither's really had hardly anything to go at.
Might be playing the double. Yeah, good pot. Pity about the cue ball. No, the early running as well. Yeah, I know the frame's gone a little bit scrappy, but both playing quite defensively.
Zhang Anda 1.
Well, this time, if he hasn't covered it, I do feel that Zhou Yuelong will have a go. I mean, it's a very nasty shot, as you can see there. It's one of those. It used to be easier, that shot, probably 30, 40 years ago, where you could actually trust the nap. But these days, it can go a wee bit both ways. Yeah, it used to be easier, that shot, strangely.
Well, of course, now the complication of the reds in bulk. So, yeah, this is a real standoff, isn't it, at the start of this match? One of these frames, it's taken a long time to develop. There could well be a big break. Look at where the reds are. They're all inviting if someone can initially get in.
Well, the deadlock one way or t'other is going to get broken soon, you would imagine. Having a go. Horrible shot, this one. Oh, such a good shot. Well played. And for the people in the crowd, yeah, it's been a slow start, but let's just pretend it started about 15 or 20 minutes after it actually did. So, first good scoring chance. I think of the two players, Zhou Yuelong maybe more likely to pull the trigger on difficult shots like that opening red, but in he is, and a good chance.
Seven. Fourteen. Fifteen. 22.
Yeah, now that he's gotten the chance, it's actually almost the kind of chance you sort of want in frame one. Building the lead. If you come a cropper, plenty red safe.
30.
Do expect him to do enough with those loose reds on offer up table.
$31. 38.
Zhou Yuelong won the World Amateur title in 2013 at the age of just 15. So he was on the radar from a young age.
39.
And of course, when he won the World Cup with the Anbing Tao, it was China had 2 teams because it was being played in China. So they were the B team very much, but beat the Scottish pair, John Higgins and Steve Maguire, in the final. He was 17, Bing Tao was 15.
$45.
Just half gotten out of position, but still okay. Screw this, a couple of cushions for the green in the same pocket.
46.
One will do, but back in prime position. Yeah, he'll be aware of his scoreboard now.
49.
Only needing 10 points off these 3 in the Open.
50.
Sorry, 12 points, wasn't it, before that red? But anyway, should have more than enough.
55. $56.
He'll be really pleased with that. I know he was well in the driver's seat to get the frame 1, even if he had missed that difficult previous red, but in it goes, and it's going to be a clean kill.
59.
No real prospect of Zhang Anda getting back into this.
60.
No, it's been a good break because, of course, we had nearly 20 minutes of impasse at the start. He decided to take that red onto middle, got it, and he's kept going. This pink snooker's required. Still looking to develop reds. We've seen a few frames this week.
66.
Nearly won with quite a few snookers needed. Chris Wakelin yesterday was jazzing. Tom, it was the decider. That's the only reason he played on, but he needed 5 and got a free ball, and it all got a bit sticky for a while.
Zhou Yuelong, 66.
So 65 the lead with 59 available. Feels like a bit of a hopeless task this, but it's frame 1. And he might just try and pot a few.
One.
Needs to be on this black to stand any chance. Well, can take the pink, but needs to get it. If he pots the pink, it's still 2 snookers needed. Yeah, well, he has done.
Seven. Eight.
Again, needs to be on this. Well, he's literally on it, but not to pot it. So he can lay the snooker, but, well, in fact, he's conceded.
Zhou Yuelong.
I think he saw the writing on the wall there. So quite a lengthy frame, but of course, it was. So Zhang Anda breaking off in frame 2 of this best of 11 semi-final, trailing Zhou Yuelong 1-0 at the World Grand Prix. Second year at the Kai Tak Arena here in Hong Kong. Got close to it. It's been a feature really of the tournament that red always seems to be on from the break off in different ways. This wasn't easy. The white was close to the cushion. Just tried to drop it in. Well, he'd be annoyed there, you know, to sort of cannon the brown. Put a lot of effort into that first frame, didn't he, Zhang Anda, at the start, the first sort of 20 minutes, and ultimately got no reward.
One.
That's a terrific pick out, not only the pot, but it was smart to get the cue ball back up table, out of harm's way in a friendly flick. He was very impressive yesterday. With Zhang Anda nullifying and blunting the talent in the form of Wu Yize, who I think went into that, most people thinking Wu Yize would have been perhaps favourite to get through to today's semi-final.
6.
But very little bothers him. Even adversity, form, anything, it doesn't seem to have any effect on Zhang Anda, and do expect a good, strong performance from him in this semi-final. It's taken a while to get going, but I'm sure he will do.
Well, the one good omen for Zhang Anda, he's been in 3 semi-finals before in ranking events, won them all, so he's come through this round each time.
12.
All in that same season, 23-24.
$30.
I think general scoring better this season than last. He's had 28 centuries. He made 22 last season. And of course, we're still only in February.
$18. $19.
That was a lovely shot to get high off straight in the red.
26.
Just considering whether to play on the low black off the spot and disturb the 3 or 4 together. Wouldn't go as far as to say it's risky, but it could go wrong.
$27.
See, just players by their very nature want to sort of tidy up the scoring area as they break build. It's the way that they think, but it is a wee bit risky. No guarantees. So maybe deep screw on and off the cushion. And almost hoping to be on one. But that is the problem. You're never guaranteed. Whenever you play a cannon,
34.
might still be on it, but certainly not perfect. Not by a long shot.
$35.
That was a brilliant recovery, and it's actually a wee bit unfortunate to land just low straight.
$40.
I like watching Zhang. He never kind of reacts to anything. He could play the best shot you've ever seen, and his expression would be the same as if he played the worst shot he'd ever seen. He's played another good one, but he doesn't sort of get involved in any of that. He's just focusing on the next shot.
$41.
Just sort of willing that cue ball to stop running. I don't think he's the first player who's joined the top 16 and just found the step up a little difficult. I think the tendency is you start looking over your shoulder a bit sometimes, and of course he did drop out when all those points came off again. record at the Crucible is not good. He's never won a match there. And in recent times, actually hasn't played well there. But that was the same with Luca Bracel, wasn't it? And we know what happened there 3 years ago.
46.
Anyway, he's nicely in now, isn't he? So this is a great chance to level this semi-final.
47. 54. 55. 62. 63.
So we've arrived at frame ball. And there's some nice stuff earlier in this break to keep it going. He was starved of chances in the opening frame, but he's made the most of this one. He's had 2 centuries in the tournament so far, Zhang Anda.
71. 78. 79.
Keeping it going brilliantly. There's been 29 centuries in this tournament. 23 of them have been made by the Chinese contingent.
'86. 87.
'Well, he won't need the safest red to make the century.
94. 95.
So the semi-final has really come alive now. Zhang Anda levelling up in style. Well, he's played to cannon the red out and missed the black,
95
but 95 will
and
do. 1-1 here at the World Grand Prix. Zhang Anda levelling up with a 95 break. Zhou Yuelong dominated the opener. Best of 11 to play Zhao Guodong or Xia Xingtong in the final tomorrow. £180,000 to the eventual winner.
Please make sure phones are switched off.
Well, that's a friendly warning from Tatiana Wollaston. The odd phone has gone off. I noticed it's the birthday today of another referee from a different era, great referee, Laurie Annandale, who was a stalwart of the circuit for many years. Very, very strong man in the middle as well. In fact, that time when Andy Hicks and Quinton had their little to-do at the cruise, we had to get between them, Laurie, to stop anything untoward going on.
Yeah, they make them tough up in Rosyth in Scotland. Yeah, happy birthday, Laurie, if you're watching. I don't think you'll be up this early in the morning, but you never know. Yeah, terrific guy, Laurie. Known him such a long time, since I was about 15. He was a real cue hound as well, as we call it. I remember going up to his house in Rosyth near the Forth Road Bridge in Scotland, and he had a little hut out in the back garden with a lathe, and fiddled around with cues and ferrules and all that paraphernalia. Yeah, he loved it, and he was very good at it as well. There's one for you as well. What do you call someone that messes around with cues and ferrules? They're called a cue fettler. That's the word for it. Strange word, but there you go. It's early morning. It's time for that kind of stuff. Yeah, cue fettler.
Well, yeah, I mean, Stephen Hendry flew him out, didn't he, to a tournament in Belgium to attend to his tip. So, you know, he was very much the man in those days for that.
Nah, that's top quality from Zhou Yuelong. Unfortunately, it may not produce a chance. Sorry, I'm saying Zhou Yuelong, Zhang Anda, of course. But yeah, pace all important now, just to nestle in behind that end red. Now he has something to work with as far as the angle on the pot. He might choose to take this on. Just leave the cue ball in that gap. Lovely shot. Well played.
Eight. 9.
He's played a few nice shots, but that's about the best of the lot. That one being in perfect position. Similar break, early stages of it, to that previous one. Quite a lot to work out there. It's quite congested, isn't it, down the scoring end? Must confess, I would have liked to have been a lot closer to the pot, the red that he's playing. I mean, the pot's missable, and the cannon's not certain either for black to same pocket. Oh, what a shot.
15.
That was a fantastic shot. Sigh of relief there. Zhang Anda didn't want the black going up table onto the brown spot, obviously, so still in prime position.
23.
Yeah, we knew he was scoring well coming here because, of course, he made a maximum last week at the German Masters. He's second of the season, he's 5th of his career. Well, he's looking at trying to make this plant to continue. A little way apart, the Reds. Nicely done.
31.
Doesn't matter where you are in the world as well, audiences love a plant, but that was actually nicely controlled.
Oh, that's good that you can just kill the cue ball with the cannon. And that helps
37.
out no end, and back in perfect position. He's one of those that I think Zhang Anda, he kind of slips in and out of form quite a lot, actually, for the kind of style of game that he has. But when he's in form, he never looks like he's going to miss anything easy, almost ever.
44.
And I know a lot of pundits and observers have made the point that
45.
when he's in stroke, everything finds the middle of the pocket, and it's true, generally. And because he's got such a level-headed temperament, he just kind of gets on his merry way and doesn't almost impress himself with what he's doing. But this is very impressive.
52. $53.
Yeah, and at his best, his focus is so good. He's just completely concentrated on what he's doing, shutting out the occasion, his opponent, all the rest of it, the Players' Championship, all that in the background, just looking at the next ball. So a couple more reds still
60.
needed to kill it off, but been a terrific 2 frames, bearing in mind he was largely shut out of frame 1.
$61.
He just ran about an inch too far. He's got a lovely silky feathery touch where he could perhaps hold the cue ball for a red to middle pocket, but it's quite a big ask. I like the cannon, direct cannon on the pink. That's what he's looking at. It's one of those as well. If you cannon the red half ball, you're still going to be on it. It's a kind of percentage cannon. Trying to cannon the pink, but if he gets the red half ball, he should still be on it. Got it full ball. Send the break.
68.
It always seems to be the way that last ball is the hardest. Still 75 on the table here.
Zhang Anda, 68.
So good lead, but not quite there yet. Well, he's covered pretty much every red here. So this is trouble for Zhou Yuelong. Obviously, he can't afford to leave anything on. Otherwise, it's definitely frame over.
Yeah, sometimes players, even after a match, they'll speak to one another or one of their friends or whatever, and they'll sometimes say, talking about a frame that's gone, say, yeah, he's played a save and I had no shot. This is one of those. He almost has no shot here. Yeah, you just got to obviously try and get to the red near the pocket somehow. It's doable. But that's all he has. Virtually no shot here. I actually believe that in the back of his mind, he's hoping to pot this. It's a really good effort, wasn't it? He tried to pot it because it's just about the only way that he could stay in the frame, and it should be over now.
Well, Zhang has put together 2 excellent frames. Okay, didn't quite kill this one off when he was in, but he did all the spade work, and then that safety effectively was a frame winner. So just on the Players' Championship, if he wins this match, he goes above Zhang Tong. But of course, Zhang Tong plays later.
9.
And if he wins his match, he goes back ahead of him. But obviously, Zhang would be in the final, as we see this escape again. So he has the chance to win the tournament and then rubber stamp his place. The one player I think who will be concerned is Gary Wilson, because of course he's out of his hands. He could be squeezed out, depending on
60.
the way results go. Now, it's a big tournament in Telford, of course the next leg of the Players' Series, and then the chance after that to get in the Tour Championship, the last leg in Manchester, at the end of March.
17.
But really, it's never been any different in snooker. The rewards will come if you're winning. So if you can win this match, if you can win this tournament, all the spin-offs come from that.
$23. 24.
Started slowly, but it's turning into a terrific match, isn't it? Which we suspected it would do. Both players shown some good form, more so Zhang Anda.
30.
He's been excellent so far. In
31.
pretty much every department.
Yeah, let's be honest, he didn't do much wrong in frame 1, did he? They had that standoff and Zhou Yuelong potted a great red to right middle, made a break off it. So it's been good stuff, and Zhang Anda holds a narrow advantage. Well, it's an immediate chance.
That was a brilliant shot, wasn't it? Just a shame that he doesn't have the angle to disturb more, but he still has one in the open to work off. they're also that good, the top players, that now does the pink go on its own spot? Because that could spoil things. Thankfully, no. But yeah, they're that good, the top players, and I include Zhang Anda in that. They can make breaks out of seemingly nothing when they come to the table. They're that good, and he's in such good touch.
Well, this is the gloves are off literally because the pink goes in amongst the reds, so it's a delicate operation for Tatiana Wollaston. Got to be in line with the spots. Well, she feels it maybe doesn't go in there. Level with those spots, so going back behind the reds. Can't touch that red, but has to go as close as
7.
is reasonably possible. Ah, she gets a round of applause.
Yeah, I needed another ball and a half lower than he has. Yes, he can make contact with some reds, but yeah, on and off the side cushion, this is difficult to get anything in the open. Very difficult. And obviously hitting almost a kind of brick wall, isn't it? The cue ball there, it's
15.
bound to stick.
Zhang Anda, 15.
See Zhou standing there waiting to see where the cue ball was going to finish. He's aware his safety needs to be good because Zhang has played to a high level so far. Well, he holds his hand up. He's felt there was a plant on. Didn't make it, but hasn't left Zhou Yuelong in, which he easily could have done. So these little bits of running, it's the one thing you can't predict in snooker. You know, you can kind of predict how someone's going to play, what their approach will be, what their strengths are. But when the bit of running comes your way or doesn't, it's harder to predict. And Obviously, from the other player's perspective, you have to just deal with it, which Zhou Yuelong will do here. Again, he's looking for where he wants to leave this cue ball. Match with Ali Carter, it got a little bit bad-tempered yesterday. It was obviously very close. Don't think this one will go that way. Well, another little standoff. We saw quite an extended one, of course, in the first frame, which ended when Zhou got in with a good red to right middle, made a break off it. As I say, we had this exhibition earlier, Marco Fu and Stephen Hendry, where it was all, of course, free-flowing, because that's what they're about. They're about entertaining, but this is the serious stuff. You often hear, you know, reports of exhibitions, so-and-so's made X number of centuries, and you think, well, why wouldn't they really? Because they're not playing for ranking points or money, they're just there doing what comes naturally. But it's when the pressure's on, the heat's on, that you see players really tested properly.
One.
Great red. Sort of classic shot to nothing really though, screwing the cue ball back.
Green ball. Zhou Yuelong. One.
One of those roll-ups, obviously you don't want to be short. He just slightly hit it too hard, but it's understandable.
1.
Yeah, I think everyone thought for a split second he might have hit the jackpot with the positional side of that, but again, having got the pot,
ball,
has got
thank you.
himself out of plenty of trouble. Yeah, the moment he's got the answers to everything that Yuelong is kind of throwing at him,
Zhang Anda 1.
and that's another beautifully played safety shot.
Yeah, he's just been frozen out, hasn't he? He's only actually scored this 1 point in this frame. That long red we just saw. That's the only point he scored since winning the opening frame. He did have the chance right at the start, didn't he, of the frame? He had the red to left middle, which he missed.
And again, cast iron safety shot. Makes any attempted return fraught with lots of trouble. This was a shot, or it is a shot, that most professionals detest when that red's close to the side cushion. Not so much the red going over the pocket, it's the double kiss that players dread that one, but thankfully for him he's gotten the cover. Don't like this one bit, the fact that he's having to swerve it. Do not like this one bit. But what a pot, brilliant shot.
1.
Again, coming up with answers to every problem. And that's such a good shot. That was big odds against to knock the red in. Can he make good on it with another smooth shot in the pink? One of those you want to hang the pace off as much as you can, but he's going to have to inject some. Again, middle of the target, brilliant shot. And he only has, yes, the outside red, the right hand red of the lot of them. But that was so difficult to get the cue ball out that far. If he has the gap for the red below the black, then it might just be his day because he knew nothing about it. And for once,
7.
a mistake comes.
Yeah, he's missed hardly anything today, but we'll see how significant that one is.
1.
Yeah, I was looking for a full contact. One of those that if he was in stroke, he would have fancied getting the fuller contact on the red. And a snooker player at this level, they kind of feel that they are not entitled to refuse this pink. This is a big pressure shot. It could be the difference between winning and losing the frame. Well played.
Seven. Eight.
Well, he's been starved of openings, so I'm sure he will feel he's got to try and make the most of this one. Spent a long time watching Zhang Anda today.
Fourteen. Fifteen.
He's done really well in the home nations, hasn't he, this season? Runner-up at the English Open, semi-finals of the Northern Ireland Open, quarter-finals of the Scottish Open, so he's still in with a chance of winning that big bonus prize. Because Mark Allen is top of the shop on that one, the Bet Victor bonus, 150,000. Seems likely to win it, but you never know. Welsh Open coming up in a few weeks' time.
$21. $22. $28. $29. $35. Okay. $36.
Having to do this with the pink, black, tied up, blue off its spot as well.
That was a beautiful shot, wasn't it? Can he split the reds and get on one? Yeah, that'll do lovely. So 14 to the good.
42.
3 red pinks is 35, so he's going to need the red that's covered by the black at present. But he's right in the driving seat. I mean, 3 pinks shouldn't be a problem
43.
from here, and if he doesn't get the red, he can easily push it up table and get the snooker. Might, well, I don't think he can. I was going to suggest they might even hold the spot, get the pink on the black spot, which would have helped, but it wasn't straight enough. But no problem. He
49.
probably will, though, pot the next red and flick that other one away.
50.
If he wants to, but he has choices.
$56.
Sorry about my arithmetic, because just
57.
pink to just about get him over the line.
Well, an important contribution because Zhang
63.
was scoring well when he was in. He was controlling things as well, safety-wise, but the chance came, and Zhou Yuelong looks like he's done enough. He's 41 in front, 35 on, so already 2 snookers needed. And that red is in as well. Really good break, this. And it means it's on as even at the interval.
$71. $73. $76.
Can't quite make the century, but it's a satisfying break this for Zhou Yuelong, who was, as I say, frozen out for 2
8.
frames. Didn't pot a ball, frames 2 and 3.
$85.
Made a good 66 in the first frame. Zhang 95. Missed the black for a century. 68 in the third. Well, that's one way to get on the black. Fantastic clearance of 9. It was an excellent 98 clearance he made in the 4th frame to just steady the ship.
He's going to have to go after this with a lot of pace if he plays back up table. Sacrificing a little bit of accuracy is the way with the pot, but a good cue ball. Again, having to go after it, understandably. He felt he was always going to leave a red if he even played a containing style of safety shot. So, a decent opening for Zhou Yuelong. It looks that way anyway. Yeah, deciding it looks like to stay on the black. This is not easy to control. The cue ball, yeah, when you're digging down like that, it's yeah. I think a player there, you know, playing back up for blue or bulk colour would have been the easier, the more percentage way of playing it.
Well, 2 reds he's attempted in his last 2 visits, and 2 reds not finding the target. Maybe felt there that the contact wasn't the best. Anyway, it's given Zhang Anda this opening. Red to left middle.
One.
It's 3-3 on the head-to-head, and 3 of those 6 meetings have gone to deciding frame finishes. Zhou Yuelong's won 2 of them.
Foul. Zhang Anda 1, Zhou Yuelong 5.
Yeah, unlucky, but it's always a danger, isn't it? You can't legislate for it. He played what he thought was going to be the aggressive shot. And just one of those things, it's not the first, it's not going to be the last time that happens.
One.
And a straightforward cannon, and this is now a terrific chance for Yuelong.
Eight. Nine. 16. Seventeen. 22. 23.
You've seen there how quickly a frame can turn on something unexpected, because he missed a couple and he wasn't looking happy, was he? But suddenly Zhang's a little unlucky and Zhou gets sort of fresh impetus here.
$27.
I mean, all the signs are, and it's obvious to say it at 2-2, but just the way it's gone, the signs are this is going to be tight. Not going to be much in it, you would think, at the end. It's not impossible one could pull away, but it doesn't really have that feel about it.
28. $35. $36. $41. $42.
Yeah, I thought the minute that he didn't get straight enough on that red, that not forced, but choosing to go back up for blue was always potentially going to be quite a major pitfall for him, and it's given him a serious problem. It's pretty much impossible to drop on a red or play any sort of cannon from this position. I don't know if the best he could hope for, maybe even leave a double in the red nearest the cue ball, but even that is difficult to get adjacent to it. It looks like he's just accepted his fate.
47.
Yeah, so what looked like a frame winning chance hasn't quite turned out that way.
Zhou Yuelong, 47.
It'll be in his mind taking this red on. The bottom one of the three does go to left centre as a potential leave, and the pot's tough enough, as you can see there. Yeah, that red is on to left centre. He'll certainly be playing it. Probably jacking up the butt of the cue. So one good pot, the frame should be his.
One.
And that was certainly a good pot, wasn't it? Yeah, fascinating match. The momentum just shifting back towards Zhou Yuelong. Zhang was unlucky, of course, when he was in Potting that blue, knocking the red in. All part of it, of course. So one more red needed after the black. Well, is he on it?
8.
Well, there you are. There's the answer. He's not.
Zhou Yuelong, 8.
Well, everyone was watching red and cue ball, but he has managed to cover it, as you see. Otherwise, it was frame over, guaranteed.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be going that way. You've got to get rid of the red on the baulk cushion. Just make sure you don't pot it in the right centre. That's okay, just almost trying to invite Yuelong to lift the other one. That's well played. On the face of it, you look at it and you think, yeah, play the double to the left centre pocket. And he might well do that, but as long as he covers the one on the cushion. which obviously he hasn't done. But what can he do with his cue ball, Zhang Anda, and playing that red? Not a lot, I don't think. He'll be absolutely over the moon with that result. It's almost, it's not it's not the dream result. The dream result was fluking it and being on a colour, but it's some second prize. Now, the shot Yuelong should be playing here, that, yeah, the red he's looking at, but play it cushion first. You've got a chance of potting it to right centre. Yeah. I'd have been playing that cushion first. It wasn't difficult at all. So here's a chance for Zhang Anda to perhaps put Yuelong in a wee bit of trouble. Quite a nice target, green-brown. And he's played that exceptionally well. Brilliant shot. And the frame takes on a new complexion.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? He had the red to middle, he potted it, potted the black, and then there were two reds he could have got on. The two in the middle of the table there near the pink. Didn't get on either, and now suddenly the table's more open, and it feels like if Zhang were to get a chance, it would be potentially significant clearance that he could make. So the pressure is transferred well and truly onto Zhou Yuelong, even though he's the man in front by 59.
Yeah, the trouble is, because the pockets are a wee bit on the generous side, that laying dead weight onto that red he's looking at, it is an option, but it's not an appealing one. Zhang steeling himself for what he hopes is a chance to clear when he comes to table. Yeah, see, the problem is you play at dead weight, you're almost guaranteed, certainly the vast majority of time, you're going to leave something. So he's playing this with pace, taking a bit of a punt. This is nasty.
Foul. No miss. Zhang Anda 6.
And that'll be going back, so a bit of work for Tatiana to do here, probably.
Back. Okay.
Yeah, well, we're in good hands with Tatiana Wollaston, because refereed the Masters final recently, and of course she has the marker as well, who can provide assistance.
Yeah, the red that's in her hand, and she'll get to that.
To me. Okay.
It's just to the left and just above the blue, isn't it? But The players themselves will know whether that red was on to right centre because they had a look at it. She'll get to that.
Zhang Weili on the marker's desk providing the
That's small.
assistance.
To me.
Yeah, the ping is important because that was the foul ball, wasn't it? So it's
Half
important that is just about exactly where it was.
Yeah.
The other reds, I
Red.
say, just above the blue to the left as we see it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm concerned.
A little bit towards us.
Okay.
Yeah, that looks good.
Sorry. He went into that pocket. Okay.
Yeah, it's good by Zhang Anda. See the players that, you know, reds that are around the blue there, they will have
Is that the
noticed
red
that
look good?
it goes to the right corner.
Where he's directing it closer to the blue. Okay, I'll just get close to the screen and have a look.
Yeah, he's now saying he didn't feel it pointed to middle. So Tatiana Williston's going to look at the monitor herself.
If anything, it's slightly further from. It looks like it's further away from the blue. Yeah.
It's one of those scenarios. It's not just that several balls have moved. It's very important that they are put back right. Zhou Yuelong doesn't feel it is right.
Well, this is how it looks on this.
The red, I think, it needs to be nearer the blue.
It go. Well, it go.
Because he's saying it didn't
Look,
it
we
didn't
can
pop
see on this
to
screen.
middle.
We can only go. We can only go. We can only go what we can see with this screen, yeah? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm having a look at it, or we're having a look at the still before he played the escape right now, and it's difficult to tell whether the red would pass the blue to right centre.
Yeah.
But I
Thank
think
you.
the players would have known, but that's pretty close.
Yeah, I think it needs to be a little nearer the blue. But anyway, we've finally sorted it out. So I guess don't do it again is the bottom line here. Well, he's hit the red, and he's knocked the yellow in. Oh, not quite. Well, the yellow's over the pocket, so it's all got a bit fractious. This frame, about 15 minutes ago, was basically done, or so it seemed, in Zhou Yuelong's favour.
One.
Oh, he's absolutely perfect. Do you know that? He's absolutely perfect.
Sorry, can I? Because I'm not sure that it fell in the pocket because you just hit the cushion. You can see it hit the yellow.
Yeah, Tatiana's just wondering
Yeah,
whether
but
it was
the
maybe.
cue will actually hit the yellow. Because
Yes, it
it
did.
felt like it just went in because you hit near the cushion.
No,
I didn't see.
No, the cue ball
didn't see the cue
did
ball hit
clip
the
the
yellow.
yellow.
Is there like a replay? Is there a replay?
Well, I
On
mean,
your
we haven't seen the
camera, can I
replay. I'm
see
sure
the
he hit
shot-
the yellow.
the
He
replay of
just
the shot?
caught it very thin, didn't he? Here it is. Yeah, he spotted it.
And again. Oh, you can't. You can't. Okay. I just couldn't. Can I? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
Wind it back.
Tatiana has got that. She's mistaken, but one thing I would say, if she thought there was something untoward, then query it. Fine. But what we can say, it certainly was a legal and above-board shot. He potted the yellow directly.
Yeah,
It was
and
just so thin that I didn't see it. Fine. Yeah.
this is not
Right.
helping Zhang, is it? He's sort of focus on what is now seems the biggest frame by far. Anyway, we continue. Kind of hope he pots this now because that was an interruption not of his doing.
Four.
But he's the sort of characters we know. He just sort of gets on with things. So anyway, it's a big opportunity this to really steal the frame in every sense. Just the frame that he looked like he had no right to win a short time ago.
$11. 12.
Now, which order does he choose to take them? He's perfect to play on the tough red right now. I always think he might as well play on it now because, well, you're perfect. You may as well, but I don't know if that is the best
90.
angle. I mean, he's going to have to get on the black, he's going to have to inject some pace. Pink might be an option. Oh, brilliant shot.
20.
Very good. But you see, there was the problem. I know he can maybe play the natural cannon to the red, but he certainly can't hold for it. So this is a key shot again. It's getting very tense out there because Yuelong should have won this frame about 10 minutes ago. If this pot and cannon work out, he should clear, but it looks like he thinks he's going to cannon it too thin and lose the cue ball. The harder he plays this, the more he loses the cue ball. This has got to be the deadest of dead weights. But he's not happy with it, and he might even play a safety shot. He probably shouldn't. He probably won't. I mean, the 7 points is quite valuable as well. So he clearly feels that the cannon is no good. But this is good. This is very good. What a shot.
27. $28.
Yeah, not as desired now. We know he's a cool customer, Zhang Anda. This will take an ice cold piece of cueing. Naturally going to be on the yellow, so it's almost win or bust.
Zhang Anda, 28.
Yeah. Huge shot in a huge frame. So Zhou Yuelong will be so relieved, because he must have thought he'd thrown the frame away from a real position of supremacy, but just needs the yellow now. Had all sorts there, didn't it? Had, of course, the miss replacement. Tatiana Williston thought the yellow had sort of fallen in of its own accord. All sorts happening, but in the end, Zhou Yuelong is going to be in front. That's all he's ultimately bothered about, even though it took longer than it should have done.
5.
Just hard to see how this match is not going to be coming down to the wire and a close finish. That's got that feel about it. Neither player so far able to break free.
9. $14. 20.
He'd be very relieved, because it was in the balance in a frame that at one point he was dominating. But Zhou Yuelong has won frame 5. And for the Thunder, had his chance to win that last frame, but the pink was do or die. He was always leaving the yellow on. He missed the pink, and that was that. 3-2 to Zhou Yuelong.
Well, that'll do. As a safety shot, he hit the wrong red. Did Yuelong? Yeah, there was a bit too much drama going on towards the end of that frame for Yuelong's liking, but he, of course, eventually got it one. If that pink had gone in, though, Zhang Anda feels certain he would have completed that clearance. Just briefly on that business with did the cue ball hit the yellow and pot it? I don't mind at all what Tatiana Williston did, because if she has any inkling or thought that it was the vibration of the cue ball hitting the cushion that caused the yellow to drop, then it's good that she queried it. She didn't make a mistake. She was just mistaken in what she thought may have happened, but she went through the correct process and came to the correct decision, which is what you're asking for from a referee.
Yeah, and I think also it's how you do it, isn't it? You know, it's how you speak to the players. There was nothing officious about it. It was just, look, I'm sorry, I think, you know, this happened. We're just going to check. And it was all done efficiently without any sort of you know, extra hassle on the top of it. She just did it professionally, as you'd expect.
Yeah, there have been, you know, referees down the years now for perhaps this, you know, that incident could have happened in a match that wasn't streamed or wasn't on live TV, and you get certain referees could say, no, I'm sorry, but I'm going to stick to my decision, and it wasn't a valid or legal shot, i.e. the yellow dropped because of the vibration of the cue ball hitting the cushion or something like that, and you have no recourse as a player. That's not what you want. So all good, and all good in the match at the moment for Zhou Yuelong, because Zhang Anda at 2-1 in front was taking charge. It's been a wee bit stop-start, but in the main it's been good stuff. As we said at the kind of top of the match, there's going to be a lot of hard-nosed safety exchanges, and both players play a similar style of game, and it's turned out that way. But as it builds towards a conclusion, it's going to get quite exciting, I would imagine.
Oh, Zhou Yuelong 4.
Now, cue ball in hand, he's got plenty of room to slot the red in the left corner. And if he does, Yuelong, all of a sudden he's beginning to take control to a degree.
One. Six. Seven.
just about on the red, it would seem. Of course, he's trying to scrub his name off that list. Best players on tour, not to yet have won a ranking event. Jack Lazowski was on it for a long time because he memorably removed himself by winning the Northern Ireland Open. Wu Yiza, I guess, was on it as well. He won the International Championship this season. But Zhou Yuelong's been in 4 finals, so he'd be quite high up that list for now. We know how tough he is. We saw that in the English Open final. You know, Mark Allen outplayed him in the first session. It looked like an early night, frankly. And Zhou Yuelong took it to the brink. He took it to a decider. So that's the fight he has in him.
Zhou Yuelong,
But
11.
that could be a big turning point in this frame. Not just missing the black, but he's left a red to left corner.
One. Three. Four.
You might as well just cannon the black into a slightly different position. Yeah, just to give him the option farther on in the frame, if he needs to get it back on its own spot.
8.
Certainly doesn't the way things stand, because it looks like, yeah, the pink spot's covered. So it's quite a nice chance.
9.
That's a wee bit surprising. He's still okay, green or brown, but you know, blue would obviously be an easier option. There's no need to play the black. That's the thing. So I don't quite understand why he tried to get on it there, but hopefully it shouldn't make too much difference. But that is about as poor a shot as he's played all day by some distance.
Yeah, I think for both now, and I think the last frame actually, you know, sort of was partly the reason. The tension has crept in, the fluency has just gone a bit as we go deeper into the match, and you know, the chance to get to the final comes closer. A bit of rhythm has gone, I think, from both. Well, that red wriggles itself in, so he continues.
I must confess, that was some pot under the circumstances. That's a bad one again. All right, still on the red, but
18.
and he should still be okay on the pink. To left centre, just a gentle nudge cannon. Don't try and overplay this. Just cannon the red, the one nearest the pink, with no pace. Well, that was well played,
19.
but he's keeping this going very well, but it's getting a wee bit more complicated, it feels, almost every shot.
Clean the way.
But I think you're right, David. Yeah, that you know, we're getting towards the business end of the match, and every frame feels more important than the frames earlier, where it was free-flowing stuff.
And also, you know, if you're a long way in front, you have sort of freedom to sort of let loose a bit. And actually, if you're a long way behind, you do. But when it's sort of level or close, the tension just always seems to be greater.
Twenty-six.
A 27 break, it's about the most adventurous break I've ever seen Zhang Anda make, I think. Right, okay, through green-brown, shouldn't be a problem. Plenty of reds waiting. That's better. Back into, well, if not ideal position, decent
32.
for once in this little cameo break. But he can't, he just cannot buy a good positional shot all the way through.
Well, he's really stilled himself, hasn't he? There was the red, the recovery red along the top cushion was key, but playing some nice little shots here as well to put himself into the position to level.
$39. 40.
Remember, he's never lost a semi-final. OK, he's only been in 3 before, but even so, he won them all.
$45.
I would also maintain that he's hitting the ball superbly.
46.
That's about as frustrated as he ever gets. He's just high of straight, which is not ideal. He almost shook his head there. Hold the back page. Zhang Anda's getting upset. Of course I jest. He's absolutely fine. So, a little bit more to do.
53.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of frames, and the last one was a classic example where they just haven't quite been killed off. Two more pots, though. Should be 3-3. Yeah,
54.
nicely done. Really good effort, this, isn't it? Good visit. Steadied the ship. just hard to see how this is not going to end up 5 each. You almost feel like saying, let's just play it now, the decider. We'll see. But this is a good visit from Zhang Anda. Yeah, of the 3 semi-finals that he won, because they're all in the same season, 23-24. In the International Championship, he beat Ronnie O'Sullivan, and that was a 2-session match. And in the Players' Championship, he beat Mark Selby in the
62.
decider. So, you know, in this round, which is always nervy, he's come good every time.
$69.
Still enough on to make the first century of the semi-final here.
70.
Yeah, good stuff, this. It had got a bit edgy and a bit sort of dragged out, but this has been the opposite. This has been fluent. And just another real boost of confidence for Zhang Anda, having failed to steal that last frame, missing the pink to this yellow pocket.
$77. $80.
So he needs the colours, and it will be the 30th century break of the tournament that we've seen amongst all the players. For comparison, we had 42 last year. Of course, the match is slightly longer this year with the best in nines.
$89. $95.
So Zhang Anda and Zhou Yuelong going toe-to-toe here in Hong Kong, and they cannot be separated. There's not been more than a frame between them. Black for the first century of the semi-final. Wonderful clearance from Zhang Anda. Really good stuff from him. Zhou Yuelong breaking off in frame 7. These two players cannot be separated here in the first semi-final of the World Grand Prix. 3-3, best of 11 to advance to the final. But Zhang Anda with that terrific century, 102 in the 6th frame, coming good after the disappointment of failing to steal the previous frame.
Yeah, that's a terrific pot. That's the kind of shot that can instantly make you feel good. I think on balance, there's not been much in it. I think Zhang Anda's played marginally the better of the two players, but there's very little to choose between them. And as David has suggested, it feels like this is going to go all the way. And then, well, let's be honest, quite a bad miss creeps in. As I say, I think Zhang Anda of the two players looks marginally the more solid of the two when the chances come around. Yeah, that compounds the miss by Yuelong. That was a terrific shot. He just looks a wee bit more reliable when he gets in close to me, Zhang Anda.
Just a reminder, he's beaten Mark Williams, Barry Hawkins, Wu Yiza this week. I mean, they're always going to be top players in this event because it's for the top 32 this season, but even so, good scalps. Got to the quarterfinals of the UK Championship as well this season. In fact, beat Xing Tong there. Wow, well, the red caught the other red. So that was an unexpected end to the break. Ooh, a bit of a noise in the audience. Someone dropped something, I think. I'm sure there'll be plenty in later. The Xing Tong certainly was very popular last night. That was a popular victory over Wakelin. Player who's very easy to take to, of course, the way he plays. And Zhao Guodong as well. It's so reliable right now. It's going to be an interesting match, that. It's only 3 hours away now. Well, what a result that is. What a result. He's caught the knuckle. I think both knuckles of the middle pocket. Could easily have... Cue ball could easily have come back towards the reds, but in fact it's crept in behind the yellow. As I said earlier, you can never predict when the bit of luck's going to come your way. It certainly did there for Zhou Yuelong.
Yeah, didn't have a red to the centre pocket, and the long straight one was no good positionally, so no other option really than to give Zhang Anda a second try at this. He had a good line, didn't he? This looks better, but not quite. Yeah, it's one of those escapes where it's difficult to hit it hard enough. The fact that you're hitting 4, maybe 5 cushions. Cushions are quite soft in this tournament, which is good for the players. And although it's a difficult escape, it's one of those, if he hits the red, certainly the bottom one, it's hard to imagine him leaving one. And lost control of the cue ball this time.
And remember, this is a completely fluke snooker. Very lucky, Zhou Yuelong, where it finished, but you just take it when it comes your way.
I think this is a good sign that there's no hint of, yeah, maybe put it back another time. He wants to attack. Good sign that. Now, is he on the blue? If he is, he might just be okay here. I say that's good intent. I like to see that. He didn't think, well, I'll put him back in, he's in trouble. He wants to get on with it himself.
12.
Well, let's see how far he gets, because of course a couple of frames ago he just didn't quite kill that frame off, nearly lost it. But that flute snooker may well have just turned things back in his direction. Zhang was looking the stronger, wasn't he? He'd made the century. He was in this frame before losing his way.
20.
Yeah, so the pink going back on its own spot, providing he gets nice on a red, and he can. Yeah, just about come far enough. It is awkward though, isn't it? It's one of those, the two reds together, it looks like obviously he can't get on one of them to right corner, otherwise he probably would play on black. The fact that he isn't playing on the black tells us that that's not on. And it's awkward, it's difficult to get nicely on the pink and keep the break going. So, yeah, that's no good. That's not good at all. He's not going to get close to the next red down the left-hand cushion.
Yeah, that can always happen when the cue ball has got to travel. He's caught the yellow.
38.
Still plenty on here, still 6 reds on.
That's a marvellous shot. I don't think he's going to get the frame one at this visit. I mean, it's doable, but it's a devil's own job to get on a red. I mean, I know the red's on to left corner, and he could get in behind it.
Yellow ball.
He's got to be so precise with his cue ball. Yeah, just a bit too
Zhou
much to
Yuelong.
ask. At least there's no
39.
damage done. Healthy lead. But Zhang Anda will come to the table thankful that there's plenty of points still there for him. So far from secure in the frame, Yuelong. Outside chance of the pot, the cross double. Yeah, well played.
Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest pot, was it? And he hadn't quite got where he wanted to with the cue ball. If you weren't with us from the start, and you know it was an early start, obviously for our viewers across Europe, it was very free flowing in the first few frames. But it's not a great surprise that it's become a little more stop-start. Albeit we've just, of course, had a century from Zhang, but some of these frames are taking some winning now.
Almost in every sense, this is awkward. Oh, what a job he's made of that. If he's on the black, that's a fantastic shot. I know he's got so much work to do to even continue this break, but at least getting the black back on its spot helps him. Well, that shows you that the pockets are just playing that wee bit more generous, because that caught the near jaw, and at a lot of pace that would have no chance of going in at quite a number of tournaments this season. And wow, he's on the red. I mean, he would never have played that shot in a lot of other tournaments. But anyway, he's playing in this one. And the point is now that if this red goes, he has a chance to steal.
Zhang Anda, 13.
But just couldn't get through.
A close frame in a close match. Of course, it was close coming in, 3-3 on the head-to-head, 3-3 in this match.
That was a clever way of playing it. I believe that he would have sort of half played it cushion first, knowing that he was never going to get a thick enough contact to push the red on. It's a good shot, that. And it puts him right back in the driving seat. If he wasn't in it already, he certainly is now.
Foul. In the miss. Zhou Yuelong, 4.
Well, obviously trailing, you don't want to be giving too many points away. There's 36 in it now.
Yeah, we will do, yeah.
So as it stands,
Can we
red and
please
black
check?
for Zhou, where he, to get the chance would be enough. Again, just checking with the marker, Zhang Weili, to make sure this is correct.
Okay. Thank you. 1.
Ah, what a lovely shot. I think he figured that I can't play a ultra aggressive safety shot, so I might as well take a, not even a risk, it was just, there was a bit of value in it. Well played. And I just go back to earlier in the frame when Yuelong
8.
could have replaced the balls when he had a little opening at the start of it, but he took it by the horn, bull by the horns, and that red disappearing pretty much guarantees that he's back in front.
Yeah, they've been out there for over 3 hours, and it's still very hard to have a firm opinion on who's going to win. He misses the brown, or does he? Nah, he's got it. Well, that stops any playing on, doesn't it? Because I'm sure Zhang Anda, 45
13.
behind, would have played on, but that's gone. And it's going to be 4-3 to Zhou Yuelong.
14.
Still hasn't been more than a frame between them. That can change in the next one. Big 8th frame coming up. But all the signs are this is going to be a tight finish to the first semi-final here in Hong Kong.
21. 23. 26. 30. 35.
Well, last time he went in front at 3-2, Zhang responded with a century.
41.
So let's see what frame 8 has in store for us. But for now, it is Zhou leading once more.
Zhou Yuelong.
Another
41
interesting frame.
and
A bit of running div plates. Zhang's actually due to be in Leicester on Tuesday to play in the winners group of the Championship League. So were to reach the final, it'll be a very tight turnaround. But that can all look after itself. Right now he's got bigger things to think about.
Completely botched safety shot, but there's no damage.
Yeah, it definitely feels like he's getting the running. I mean, the flute snooker in the last frame. Remember a couple of frames back, Zhang podded the blue, knocked a red in. Even the brown that he fluked in the last frame, you know, there could have been 15 minutes of playing on there. Maybe the free ball, you just don't know. Here, it's gone wrong, but it's not left him in, so it can be significant. It can also change around the other way quite easily. But if you go back and, you know, look, I mean, flukes we remember, but if you go back and look at matches, there's all sorts of other things that happen that dictate the overall result, misses and mistakes and whatever. So it's not always about the fluke, but they can obviously be a help in running. There's an example. He shakes his head. Just if he'd just flicked the yellow there, probably wouldn't have left a chance at the red. Dear me. Nowhere near. And again, it doesn't look like he's left anything.
Yeah, let's see this time then. Will Zhang Anda be forced into taking a long red on, because he's been I wouldn't say negative, but he's been loath to take this kind of shot on today. Oh, what a fabulous pot that is. So cool. And then it went. That was a beautiful shot. Given the state of the match. Excellent. Not just the state of the match, the state of the table. I mean, the reds are beautiful and no problem getting on the black and getting everything looking not routine, but where you would want them. Big chance this.
Yeah, I think the key thing is he's clearly staying positive, isn't he? You know, and things have kind of gone against him a little bit last couple of frames, but you wouldn't know it from his approach. Just looking to get in and get going again. He did make a century, of course, in frame 6.
$15. $16. $23. $24. $31. $32. $37.
For those watching in the UK, I know the weather's been terrible. It's been raining and it's been cold. It is winter, but if you want somebody to cheer you up, 9 weeks today, the Crucible will get underway. So it's not that long, is it? A lot of snooker to come before then. Some big tournaments, but we will soon be there for the what Clive Everton always called the Marathon of the Mind. And of course, the qualifying before that is fascinating in its own right. And last year, of course, produced the winner, Zhang Anda.
$38.
Yeah, there you see it. Probably just drop it in. It's doable to go round the table. Just looking at the shape of the reds, he doesn't have that big a landing area, but he's played it very well. Yeah, played that nicely.
43.
But still one good pot and positional shot away from making it a chance to indeed take us back to all square in one fell swoop, and this should do it. Not difficult to get above the blue, but a bit of a quick one,
Zhang
and it's
Anda.
not like Zhang Anda.
43.
Not like him at all. Throwing a fast one.
But Zhou Yuelong missed that by a long way. Yeah, it's getting tense. I mean, to be fair, it's been tense for a while, but he's starting to make a few mistakes now.
One.
So Zhang, it's like he never missed that previous ball. He's just straight in as if he'd never broken down. Black to lead by 51 as he looks to level the match yet again. There's never been more than a frame between them. Well, he's still on the outside red here.
8.
To right corner.
Nine.
Absolutely fine. Deep screw, bit of right hand side. Just jag the cue ball down the way. Didn't get any side on it, but perhaps it wasn't
14.
required. But anyway, so a little numbers check. 57 in front. So looking for two reds with high value.
15.
Not perfect. It looks it, but yeah, he's got 2 or 3 shots he can play here. It's whether he can avoid the cannon with pace. Just about, I think. Yeah. Well done. That should all but confirm 4-4 now.
22.
Yeah, and the semi-final becoming a best of 3, assuming he does kill the frame off. Zhou Yuelong, he's missed a couple in this frame by some distance, it's got to be
23.
said. And that last one looks like it's cost him dearly. Frame ball for 4-4. By the way, apparently it's 10 weeks to the Crucible, not 9. I got that wrong, but anyway.
28.
We're still counting down the days either way. And of course, say Zhang Anda, for example, were to win this tournament, the rankings boost could
29.
well get him back there as a seed. You know, so all this is in the background because he'd be in the other Players Series tournaments as well. From very early on,
36.
this match looked like it was going to come down to a tight finish, and that has not changed at any point during the contest.
37.
Who's going to stand up when it really matters? Well, we're coming to the crunch now, the last 3 potential frames.
$44. 45. 51. 52. 'Zhou Yuelong 7.
So,
Zhang Anda 52.
these players cannot be separated, Zhang Anda and Zhou Yuelong. They each need 2 now to reach the final.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Tatiana just
Tell you
keeping
to put the
things
phone down.
all under control. Just put the phone down, please. Thank you. Yeah, I think that they have 3 main referee or chief referees or assessors or officials who basically between them are asked, they ask one another their opinion who should do the final this coming. There's a gentleman on the phone.
Well, he's literally on the phone. I mean, there's a time and a place, sir. Come on. We're playing a snooker match.
Yeah. Yeah, they all 3 of them, I believe, have an opinion of who should do the final. If they all agree, that referee does the final. If they don't, it goes to a vote. Simple as. I was asking one of them very recently that very thing. So there you go. Now then, does he have cover, Zhang Anda? Don't think so.
One.
Well, this is a good chance because it's already an open table. He's quite a long time, wasn't he, between frames? He
5.
missed a couple by some distance in that last frame. Maybe he was just trying to just really refocus here. It's been quite a long match, but this is now the key phase of it, of course.
Six. 12. 13.
Well, he's okay, providing he can avoid a cannon on that red left of the black. Obviously he's checking whether the red goes, so we must assume that the black is currently on its own spot. And it also tells us that he feels he can avoid a cannon on the red. Oh, that's nowhere. That is nowhere. He's overrun the cue ball by about 4 feet.
20.
The other thing, snooker players being the way they are, you daren't go round and see if that red goes past the black, because it'll just disappoint you. He's having a look. He's having a look and, oh, it's tight, but if it goes, you feel, oh, why didn't I just play on it? Actually, maybe Zhou Yuelong just went round because he had to scratch that curiosity that would have been eating away at him for a few seconds there. We'll never know now, only he will.
Well, he wasn't going to move until the cue ball stopped to see if he had covered this red. But you can see that he hasn't.
One.
Terrific shot. So Zhang in frame 9.
Eight. Nine.
On the black, no problem, but he's going to have to jack up the cue quite a lot if he has to work the cue ball with backspin. It's this kind of shot that you can have your concentration divided away from the pot. Beautifully played though. That was a lovely shot. I think he's got natural good concentration
16.
actually, Zhang Anda. You know, it was one of those where you could take your eye off the pot, no problem, but in it went, right in the middle again. And what a golden chance to get back in front.
Yeah, I mean, we've been saying it will match the natural calm to how he plays. Now that will be challenged when the pressure comes on. He did look like he'd slipped up in the last frame, but he wasn't punished. Zhou immediately missed and Zhang got back in. But if he can just keep that calm here, then it's a great chance to go back in front and within one of the final.
24. $25. 32. 33. 40. 41.
No, not exactly as planned. It might force him to play for the red on the cushion. At least then he has nothing to do with the cue ball. And it's not the kind of shot, let's be honest, that we've
48.
seen missed, I think, all tournament long. Not with any pace anyway, or lack of pace. So
49.
black to red shouldn't be an issue. And if it works out correctly, he'll be well set to get back in front. Cannon on the pink should be good. It's one of those, if you cannon the pink, it's virtually impossible not to be on one. It's gone wrong just about the only way it could have done.
56.
And the fact that he's not exactly, you know, he's not the tallest player on the tour, this is now awkward. He might need the spider. Being right-handed, yeah. All right, he should still make the pot, but he would like it 10 times easier, which it would have been had he not been hampered.
57.
I like the way he played that as
64.
well. Didn't try to overplay it, cue ball deep and on and off the cushion. Just drag it back, knowing that he doesn't have much more to do. If this red goes in, the frame says, good shot.
65.
He's a real cool customer, isn't he? He could have been forgiven there for getting a wee bit upset 2 or 3 times in this break. But he just keeps bouncing along in his merry way. So, straightforward red. Back in
70.
front.
Yes, and I said at 4-4 it seemed unlikely someone would make 2 80s and win 6-4. Well, he's going to make one here. So that's the first of them out the way. Now, very good visit, given the
78.
position in the match, the importance of the match. And still in the background for Zhang, of course, the chance to qualify for another big tournament, the Players' Championship, where he was runner-up just 2 years ago
79.
to Mark Allen. If he wins this match, he'll be in for now. It can change. Zhao Xingtong can go back in front of him. But, of course, if he's in the final, he can win the whole thing.
86.
So Zhou has been in front a couple of times, but now he's going to have to win the last 2, and he's going to have to cut out all errors. He
87.
did leave a long red on here. And, of course, he was in initially himself. So Zhang is surely going to make
94.
his second century of the match here.
'96. '99. 103.
Yeah, good stuff this from Zhang Anda. And the response now will have to come from his opponent. From what we've seen, I don't think anyone would be surprised if this ends at 5-all, but it's up to Zhou Yuelong, of course, to do that. And
108.
he's watching a player here who's found something special towards the real business end of this semi-final.
114.
Made 102 earlier in the match. And that's a lovely
110.
clearance, second century. So he needs one, Zhou Yuelong needs them both. Not the best break-off from Zhang. And if he can pot this red, there's another 5 already in play. So an immediate chance here for Zhou Yuelong. His ice break 98, that was in frame 4. Zhang had his first century in frame 6, and of course he's just had another.
6.
Well, I don't know what's going on in the background. It sounds like they're de-rigging the arena already, but we need to wait till the trophy's presented tomorrow to do that. Anyway, it didn't put him off.
Twelve. 13. 20. 21.
That will annoy him. That he's
28.
going to go up for blue or baulk colour now, in all likelihood. Well, A, it could go wrong, and B, of course, the cue ball then starts to travel.
You don't move, please.
It looks like that red next to the pink is on. But it would have been much easier to get on it from around the
29.
black spot. Now the blue to drop on it, I'm not sure is an option because the cue ball would run too pacey. So red on the right to get back in good position. That's well played.
Thirty-one. 32.
And obviously straight's no good. And that is bolt straight, and he can do nothing with it. Send a break, probably. In fact, definitely send a break after this. Good 39, but far from decisive. Of course, we know how cool that
Zhou
Zhang
Yuelong,
Anda is when he gets
39.
his chance. So if he gets it, Zhou Yuelong far from getting this frame on the board to get us back to the decider. Now this is key. How do these reds split? And does he get a good cue ball to almost wrest back some advantage in the frame? Very annoying when that happens. You play off that side of them, and somehow or other a red springs to the same side as a cue ball. Anyway, chance for Yuelong.
One.
Well, I think we felt from early on that this match was destined to kind of go down to the wire, and Zhou Yuelong has it in his hands now to make that happen. A second scoring visit, having made 39 first time. Oh, that black sort of crept in. But yeah, it seems
8.
kind of fitting, I think, that this ends up in a decider.
Nine.
A couple of these are not going in middle of the pocket, but
16.
they're going in. And he just needs to now stay steady for a few more shots.
17.
And what a frame it's going to be to decide who goes through to the final. Zhou Yuelong, of course, as we know, looking for his first ranking title. Zhang Anda looking to continue his great record in semi-finals. He's won his previous 3 in ranking tournaments. They're both giving it everything. It's been a good game. There's been some high-quality safety, some breaks, obviously mistakes as well, all play their part. But we're coming down surely to a final frame shootout. 2 more pots needed.
$25.
Well, the match began 4.5 hours ago, and from pretty early on, this seemed the likely outcome.
32.
They've been so evenly matched. I think Zhang has scored more heavily. Of course, he's had 2 centuries, but both players have stood up, haven't they? They've
33.
both, you know, gone for their shots. They've both played some nice stuff along the way, and it's going to be a question, I guess, of who gets the first chance in the decider. Is that the only chance that's needed? Is it going to be one of those sort of Shredsville frames? We'll find out very shortly. But Zhou going into it, feeling really good,
40.
having completely dominated this frame.
41.
Yeah, it's been a superb frame. 1 or 2 minor mistakes positionally in that early break of, what was it, 39.
48.
But nothing to be alarmed about when he's gotten his chance here. Good long straight red, good technically, dead straight, cued it straight, and it went, and
49.
since then it's never looked in doubt. And he'd love to clear.
56.
Can't quite make the
57.
century, but doesn't matter. Just as much as he can keep Zhang Anda getting colder by the second in his chair. Not that it, I don't think it matters too much to Zhang Anda, because he's a cool customer himself, but
62.
yeah, it's been
63.
superb by Yuelong. A match that I think does deserve the decider we're going to get.
$68. 70. 73. $77.
So Zhou has done what he had to in this frame, and it all comes down to one more to decide our first finalist at the World Grand Prix.
82. Zhou Yuelong.
He's going to break off in the Grand Prix.
Yeah, you did call it, David. The break-off could be keyed. Obviously don't know yet, but it's a shot that he has knocked in so far at least once in the match off the break-off. I mean, it is right underneath the ball cushion, but outside chance. Oh, fabulous pot. Does the cue ball slow up shy of the baulk line? If it does, it's a chance. Oh, yes, but so close to the green. If he's got any angle to work with, then he can maybe get the cue ball down probably about halfway towards the blue. Avoiding the push shot, obviously. Wow. I did not expect, that's the last thing I expected.
Yeah, it's almost like he's given himself the pot there, but it's not in.
One.
So that's Zhang's first chance, which didn't come to much. Will he get another? Zhou Yuelong in. We know how well he played in that last frame to force the decider.
Eight. Nine. $16. $17.
Played that pretty much to the inch
24.
of what was intended. Now, how many reds can he push into open play? Probably a few, the fact that he's using power. More than a few.
25.
But it's gone horribly wrong. It's end of break. Wouldn't you just know it? All right, he can nestle in behind the green at first glance. He's not thinking that far ahead yet, but he will in a second. Still living the disappointment with good reason.
Absolutely, because he'd open the reds nicely. So, you know, you get on a colour and great chance.
Yeah, it takes a few seconds to shake it off, the disappointment, doesn't it? You know, still half thinking about it, but it'll be just about gone now, because this is a good opportunity. Nice 2-cushion target in behind
ball.
green. Almost trying to get in behind it, touching ball. The angle that he's playing.
Zhou Yuelong, 25.
So near, but yet so far.
Well, an eventful decider already. Zhang potting the initial red, missing that green that he was bang on. And now Zhou just losing position and not quite getting the snooker.
Could have done with another 3 or 4 inches out of the cue ball, because Yuelong surely will take a pot on of some kind. Albeit it's so risky. I think the feeling, I mean, there's the straight one that's on, but guaranteed to leave one if you don't knock that in. So decision time.
Frame one, there was a long impasse, wasn't there? And he knocked one into the right middle and made a break off it. But that was frame one. That's not the decider.
Yeah, that's right, Dave, because in frame one as well, you don't have a match to lose on the back of one poor shot, so like you do in a decider, so deciding to use discretion. Now, there is a shot to nothing on here, but it's not easy to avoid traffic on the way back up table. The one directly above the black is on, but the red pink near right centre are such a big target to avoid. And that's why he's not risking it. Good shot, very good. Terrific pot.
One.
Now then, how are you feeling, Zhou Yuelong? The blue's the type of shot the modern player can't refuse.
Yeah, it's one thing to be on your way home thinking about a ball you've missed, but it's another actually to be thinking about the ball you didn't attempt. That could still cost you. So he's just having a little think here.
I think he's tempted to put the green safe.
Blue ball.
But it's the blue. But he's not playing the pot. That is a surprise, I must confess.
Zhou Yuelong, 1.
That is a bit of a surprise. Okay, he's in control. He's played a decent safety shot. But I think just the fact that he knew that if he potted the blue, he probably was going to win the match at that visit. It was maybe just a wee bit too much pressure to face. So he thought, let's just batten everything down for the time being. But what a good safety shot he's played.
Well, he's hoping, prepare for this next visit.
Not great. No problem with the pot, but no guarantee of position. Playing the pink. Must get close to them being a right-hander. Could go awkward, and it has. It's gone awkward. It's not good at all.
10. Zhou Yuelong, 10.
Well, what a disappointing visit. The only good news is the cue ball has gone down towards the green pocket, so he's not left Zhang nicely in, but that was a chance to get it won. 35 in it. This match began just under 5 hours ago, and it's still in the balance.
Zhang Anda will be having a go at one of the reds, that is for certain. If he can somehow find one good pot, that he's bound to be on a colour of sorts. Or pushes something safe, or gets away with it. There's not much else he can do.
Well, it's a nightmare, this actually. Deciding frame, he's had chances to win it already. How do you get safe?
Yeah, that's the question. And I totally understand the time that he's taken over this. I mean, he's as you say, they've both invested nigh on 5 hours. There's the roll up. Thankfully, Tatiana was on the spot. Just to confirm that he reached. Yeah, no problem there, but what a problem he's got. Zhou Yuelong, yeah. I mean, playing it with pace, yeah, you can do it. The other thing, you can't cover every base here, but he doesn't want to lift the red that's near the cushion. It's got to be a hit and hope, surely.
Well, no one can accuse him of rushing into the shot. But he knows this could be his last shot.
I just don't see how he doesn't leave a red. Now, how cool does the little Iceman remain?
Just nudge that other red into a safer position so that he's not going to help him down the line. Well, this is becoming a fascinating finish to what's been such a closely fought match. There's never been more than a frame between them. You're never quite sure what sort of decider you're going to get. We've got a pretty nerve-wracking one.